Oh, a wanderer from foreign lands. Welcome. Feel free to loosen up since you are already here. Join me by the fireplace as I tell you some stories. Just sit back, relax, and listen as you regain your strength. Hopefully, things will get better afterward. Are you all set? Good. In the modern age of Runeterra, there's a man who embodies a saying truthfully in his actions. He believes that the edge of the sharpest blade is no match for the calm of the peaceful mind. He has tempered his body and sharpened his mind, so that thought and action have become almost as one. Though he chooses to enter into violence only as a last resort, the grace and speed of his blade ensure resolution is always swift. He is a true master of his craft, sharing his wisdom with anyone who wants to learn. Form before strength, and the focused mind can pierce through the hardest of stones. As one of the last living practitioners of the Ionian art of Wuju, this man has devoted his life to continuing the legacy of his people, scrutinizing potential new disciples with the 7 lenses of insight to identify the most worthy among them. This is the story of a man named Yi, but people call him Master Yi, the Wuju Bladesman. In the first lands known as Ionia, a mountain settlement once stood, hidden away in its serene beauty, located in the central province of Barl. In the said place, there's a village known as Wuju, and a boy named Yi was born 946 years before Noxus. Yi grew up learning the ways of the world, chasing a dream that later turned to tragedy. Like most children, he admired those who wore silk robes and carried blades with poems to their names. His parents being swordsmiths, Yi made a strong impression on the local warriors who frequented their workshop. He spent his mornings in the garden, sparring with his mother, and his nights reciting poetry to his father by candlelight. It was a quiet life, and Yi dreamed of being something great. As Yi grew older, so did his potential. When it came time for Yi to study under Wuju's masters, his parents could not have been prouder. Yi frowned at Master Doran as the elder scrambled up the path toward him, like a mud crab during mating season. It was a less than courteous thought, but given the master artisan's age, it was a compliment of sorts. He gave a short bow toward the gray-haired weaponsmith, cupping his hands together in greeting. Red-faced, Doran replied without slowing, his hand waving in rhythm with his gasps for breath. Master Doran informed Yi that he was there and apologized for being a little late. His old bones overslept that day. Yi shot a glance at the midday sun. A little late indeed, if that meant an entire morning. Yi's brows frowned as he recited that from time all things spring forth. Morning dew dawns, evening mist fall. Thus are born the sun, moon, and stars. Doran paused, his water skin halfway to his mouth, asking what Yi had just said. Yi answered it was the opening verse from the compilation of mandates. He then questioned if his master had never heard of it. Yi could hardly believe it. It was a famous verse, most often used to chastise the tardy. That poem is one of Buxy's classics. The elder stroked his beard, face scrunched in confusion, then asked, "Who?" Yi's eyes narrowed. Master Buxy was the greatest poet in Ionian history. Before Yi had learned the names of all his extended family, His father had taught him to recite Buxy's "The Glow of Sunset Among the Mountains." Yi cleared his throat and dropped the subject. His master has informed Yi of the importance of today's training. He is there to follow Master Doran's instructions. Doran chuckled. They called this training? No wonder Yi arrived so early. Doran believed that Fair must be joking. Yi had met Doran before at his parents' workshop. Fair and Imai respected him greatly, though he was once an outsider to the village. Wuju's smiths and masters had embraced him. So legendary was his skill with hammer and anvil. Yet the similarities between Yi's parents and Doran ended with their professions. The elder weaponsmith was unkempt, absent-minded, and known to be eccentric. And though Yi's parents knew and respected the great poets, Doran apparently did not. Not for the first time, Yi questioned what this strange weaponsmith had to teach him about the sacred art of Wuju. He forced his lips into a tight smile, asking when they should begin. Doran answered, saying this old man has all the time in the world. But for Yi, it is different. Doran packed up his waterskin and turned to glance up the road he had just traveled, a narrow and winding shepherd's path leading to the village of Wuju. As he turned, Yi noticed the load Doran carried on his shoulders. A basket woven from bamboo, covered with thick taken hide. It was clearly meant for long journeys. Doran then mentioned that Yi was a mere 6 moons into swordsman training and facing his first little setback. He questioned why Yi was so impatient. Yi tensed. It was much more than a little setback. It was a problem that could make him unfit to continue training in Wuju style. He clenched and released the sheath of his sword in an attempt to center himself. This trick, taught to him by his fellow disciples, proved fairly ineffective at the moment. He softly called his master. He has been studying Wuju swordsmanship for 4 seasons. Doran agreed, correcting his previous statement, as he mentioned Yi was in his 15 summers now. He then pinched Yi's bicep with an exaggerated look of surprise. No wonder Yi was so strong. He must have been practicing those sword strikes every sunrise. Yi had never shirked any assignment his master had given him, whether it was practicing his sword strikes, meditating, or reciting poetry. In fact, he worked harder than his fellow apprentices and most of the older disciples. He could perform every stance and move in Wuju style with incredible precision, enter a meditative state with impeccable speed and form, and recite most of the poems, songs, and scriptures in the Wuju texts. Yet in spite of all his achievements, he had hit an embarrassing plateau in his progress. Yi couldn't keep a bitter smile from creeping across his face. He finally answered the question, saying about 4,000 times every day. Doran whistled. 4,000 sword strikes a day. Doran asked if Yi was training to be a blacksmith. The young swordsman crossed his arms. Repetition was the essence of a fundamental doctrine of Wuju. The trunk is sturdier than the branch. Yi now questions if Doran does not even know that. Before Yi could respond, Doran removed the bamboo basket from his back and thrust it into his arms. He massaged his shoulder as he strode away from Yi. Momentarily stunned, Yi ran to catch up. Yi called his master and asked where he was heading. This path leads south. Doran told Yi not to worry, because he can still tell north from south. Yi questioned what about the training. Doran sauntered forward, putting both hands behind his back. He asked Yi if he really wanted to train that much. Then they could begin. Yi paused. South of the Wuju village was nothing but uninhabited woods. Unless Doran's plan was to go wild boar hunting, there wasn't much training to be done there. But he had promised his master he would obey the old man. And so he slung the bamboo basket over his shoulders and followed. Yi had never set foot on this path before. He had never even heard of its existence. The path was marked by stepping stones that were deep in the soil, mostly broken by time and neglect. Wild grass grew between them, sometimes as tall as Yi's shins. At first, he suspected that this route would lead to some abandoned shrine or settlement. In the mountainous island of Barl, ancient ruins were said to lie undisturbed in the woods outside villages and towns. They had trekked southward for some time, and the weaponsmith's promise of training hadn't materialized. Irritated, Yi shifted the bamboo basket on his shoulders. He asked Master Doran what exactly he was carrying. "It's heavy." Without turning to face him, Doran answered. It was swords. All swords. Yi raised an eyebrow. Doran crafts his swords exclusively for Wuju swordsmen, and he only made a few every season. Yi asked if the blades were all forged by the master. Doran paused, as if trying to find the right words. 3 of them are. As for the rest, they were entrusted to Doran by his peers. Yi asked if Doran meant other weaponsmiths. Why would they give Master Doran their swords? Yi absent-mindedly peered over his shoulder to look at the basket, promptly tripping over an oddly shaped stone. He staggered as he caught his balance. Doran quickly rebalanced the basket on Yi's shoulders, telling Yi to be careful because one of them is for him. If Yi bends it, Doran is sure he'll blame him later. Shocked by what he heard, Yi asked if it was a sharpened blade. Master Doran said, of course. He doesn't craft unsharpened swords. Only those who truly understood the Wuju philosophy of bloodless combat were given the privilege of wielding sharpened blades, as a testament to the swordsman's self-control. And one handcrafted by Master Doran. Many senior disciples had endured over 10 summers of training before receiving such an honor. Yet Yi had only been training for 4 seasons. Because of that, Yi's perception of Master Doran changed. The young swordsman was flattered. However, his excitement was fleeting, and he cast his eyes down. Doran seemed to notice the change in mood. The two walked in silence for a few paces before the weaponsmith gently said he had heard from Yi's master that Yi is having some trouble connecting with the spirit realm. Yi didn't answer right away, so great was his shame. When he finally spoke, he said that connecting isn't the problem. If he couldn't do that, he wouldn't have been accepted into the Wuju school. He scratched the back of his head as he continued his words. The truth was, he can't seem to draw power from it. Sometimes he can draw a little, but Yi can't imbue his weapon with it. Doran smiled as he stroked his beard. Could it simply be that it's not yet his time? Evoking the spirit realm's energy, when it happens, might simply come down to the whims of fate. Yi wanted to tell Doran he was wrong. The ability to draw power from the spirit realm wasn't something to be negotiated with fate. And that's what worried him. Perhaps he was failing because he lacked the innate talent. Perhaps it was his fate that he'd never succeed. Yet he bit his tongue. He didn't want to appear impudent, and he still clung to the hope that today's training would help him, however slim the chance. After calming his emotions, Yi replied, saying perhaps Master Doran is right. The muddy path became more difficult to walk on, as roots and brambles crowded over the broken stones. While earlier, Yi could occasionally spot the footprints of other travelers, there was now no sign that any living soul had passed through there before. The only sound was the summer wind whistling through the dense trees. Yi asked Master Doran if he had ever crossed that way before. Doran told Yi that he takes this path once every 4 seasons. Yi's master even accompanied him 2 or 3 times. Yi was surprised. He had never heard Master Horong say so. Doran replied that he is sure Horong will, eventually. Doran waved him off before picking up his pace. From his swift strides, it was hard to remember he was an elder of almost 60 summers, not much like a mud crab at all. Master Doran brought other swordsmen with him. Does he need a bodyguard? Is this the training? A chance to practice Yi's mercy strokes? Yi welcomed the prospect. Yi then asked if Doran had ever met any threats on this path. Doran shook his head with a smile. Not at all, but he reminded Yi to keep a good grip on that sword of his. Doran's walking of this path has nothing to do with Yi's. Even if he had walked this path 1,000 times without encountering any danger, it doesn't mean Yi definitely won't. As if on cue, a sharp bird-like screech rang out. Yi halted and grasped the hilt of his unedged sword, lifting it to his chest. He recognized the sound as the cry of a raptor, a dangerous species of wild fowl usually found deep within forests. The swordsman clenched his teeth and scanned the tree line. Rolling his eyes, Doran gestured forward. He asked Yi if he saw those mountains in the distance. Straight ahead, an unbroken range of peaks stretched across the horizon. They were not particularly high, but they went on as far as the eye could see. The woods had been silent since the raptor's call, so Yi lowered his sword. They are going mountain climbing, and Yi is trying to hide his annoyance. Doran, patting Yi's chest with the back of his hand, told Yi that he was from Barl. Surely he is not afraid of some hills. Yi looked up. A golden, dazzling sun hung upon a cloudless blue canvas. It actually was a good day for a hike, he had to admit. He squared his shoulders and pressed forward. After skirting a grove and crossing a stream, they finally closed in on the mountains. They were well outside Wuju territory by now, and beyond the range the elders considered wise to travel. Yet Doran had yet to show any signs of slowing down. Once they reached the first incline, they ascended a series of stone steps. They might have been well traveled in the past, but now they were broken, covered in weeds and slippery mud. The steps abruptly ended at a steep cliff face that was roughly the height of 3 men, and before Yi could ask, Doran had already grabbed a handhold on the rock and started to climb. He reached the top with little effort, turning back to look down at Yi with an expression that said, "What are you waiting for?" Scaling a rock wall was an easy feat for just about any person from Wuju. But Yi had never attempted this sort of climb while carrying a heavy load. The task was even more difficult than it looked. After he finally summited the cliff, it was quite some time before he caught his breath. At last, he stood up straight and dusted off his clothes, only to stop as his eyes locked on a stone tablet before him. A single word etched on it. He could just barely make out the weather-worn Ionian characters. The Mistfall. Doran sat down beside the stone tablet and took a sip from his water skin. He told Yi that they still have time, so they should take some rest. He pulled a rice cake from some mysterious pouch or hidden pocket and began munching away. After a few bites, Doran looked up as if he had suddenly remembered something. He jabbed the remnant of the rice cake at Yi, who was still studying the stone tablet. Seeing the jagged teeth marks on the offering, Yi shook his head. Losing a bit of patience, Yi asked Doran if he meant more time for his training. Doran slapped his knee while chewing on a mouthful of rice cake. Doran told Yi that a beard well lathered is half shaved. If Yi was really that anxious to start the training, then Doran suggests he rest up first. When Yi saw that Doran had started gnawing on a second rice cake, he suppressed an exasperated sigh. Seeking to hide his impatience, he examined his surroundings. Apart from the stone tablet, Yi noticed a few ancient ruins hidden under thick clusters of vines and shrubbery. Though only broken columns and walls were left, he could tell that this majestic and bold architecture was entirely different from that of Wuju's pagodas. Doran pointed toward the ruins and said that the mountain used to house a shrine for worshipping a god who fell from grace long before any of them were born. Nobody knows the god's name, and nobody knows where its believers went. The humble stones are all that remain. In response, Yi recited another proverb: flowers wilt as folks grow old. Even morning stars must return tonight. He then pointed at the stone tablet and asked if they were the ones who named the place Mistfall. Doran clarified that later generations carved that. As for the name, Doran motioned toward the other side of the cliff. He then said that its meaning will be clear if Yi looks over there. Yi peered cautiously over the edge of the cliff. Beneath him, white fog blanketed a valley, and farther in the distance, blue sky met the mountains. The view was breathtaking, its grandeur stretching as far as he could see. The valley itself wasn't large. It reminded Yi of a lake, only with swirling silvery mist instead of water. A narrow downward path led from the cliff and disappeared into the depths. Doran asked Yi if he had seen the valley, because that's where they were heading. Now Yi realized why Doran advised him to take some rest earlier, but unfortunately for him, they must continue their journey. After a long day of trekking through empty wilderness, his training ever more elusive, Yi couldn't stomach any more nonsense. Yi blurted out his thoughts, asking Master Doran what kind of training they were doing. Doran stated that all he could say was the journey would be rough, which was why Yi should take this respite more seriously. Yi swallowed his frustration, as it was clear that Doran was not going to explain further. He found a slab of flat stone opposite the old weaponsmith and sat down, placing the bamboo basket next to him. Forget the rest. At least this place was perfect for practicing meditation. Yi closed his eyes and started to breathe deeply and slowly. Perhaps it was due to the unfamiliar environment, but it took a while longer than usual to enter his meditative state. In that space between unconsciousness and waking, a lightness cascaded through his body, and at the tip of this lightness, a bright and unusual object emerged. It was like a spark, illuminating every corner of his mind. A spirit. It wasn't uncommon for Yi to encounter spirits while meditating. They visited him more often than they did most of his fellow disciples. It was probably a good thing, for it meant that he was closer to the spiritual realm, and he ought to be skilled at drawing energy from it. Ought to be, per se. Yi focused on the white light, purging his mind of all other thoughts. He soon realized that this was no average spirit. He tried to grasp it, feeling how it pulsed. To his surprise, he merged with the entity, disappearing in the blinding light. He forced his eyes open and found himself sitting under a gigantic silverwood tree, the one that stood at the entrance to Wuju. Yet the buildings in the distance looked strange and unfamiliar. Flustered, Yi stood and walked into the village, where he saw familiar figures: his father, mother, fellow disciples, even his neighbor's black cat, Little Beauty, and the chief elder's dog, Goldie. They all seemed to be engrossed in their own world, ignoring Yi. These must be visions, he thought. He calmed himself as he continued down the main road. Then he saw something that made him freeze in his tracks. Master Doran? The elder weaponsmith spared Yi a glance before turning back to his work. But he was not crafting swords. Where a furnace, smithing tools, and an anvil should have been, there was only a flower pot with tender seedlings. With a delirious grin, the artisan slowly raised his arms over his head, and the seedlings in the pot curled and stretched in response. They grew at an unimaginable pace, sprouting leaves until they took the shape of a small juniper tree. Doran examined it closely, looking somewhat unsatisfied. He then raised his arms a few more times. The tree changed its form, swaying merrily in the wind, before becoming a weeping willow. Bewildered, Yi turned his gaze toward the rest of the village, noticing for the first time that each and every house was covered in lush, colorful, and even grotesque vegetation. Many dwellings looked like they had grown out of solid rock, while others twisted into forms that resembled people, not just in shape, but in their movements. As Yi meandered aimlessly, a clarion sounded from the village center. Nearly every villager stopped what they were doing and strode toward the mountainside on the other end of town. A waterfall ran down the mountain, obscuring a cave behind it. Doran was the first villager to arrive. He raised his arms, parting the water so he could pass, dry as can be. Other villagers promptly followed suit, entering the cave one by one. But when Yi raised his arms, it had no effect on the cascading water. It's just a vision, he reassured himself. Doesn't matter if he gets wet. Yi stepped through the waterfall and found himself in a massive chamber. Thousands upon thousands of candles adorned the space. In the center of the cave were the villagers who entered before him, conversing in a language Yi could not understand. In the opposite corner, he spotted his Wuju master, Hurong, standing with a number of other highly respected elders from the village. Strange ridges and lines were carved into the stone walls, and the patterns seemed to shift as Master Hurong spoke and gestured. It looked like a living calligraphy painting. No, not a painting. Some sort of map. The elders concluded their discussion, exchanging glances and nods. Yi's master then raised his right arm and snapped his fingers. With the ease of a door being thrown open, an entire wall sundered right up to the ceiling, revealing the sky as streaks of blinding sunlight filled the cavern. Outside was a sheer drop to the distant ground. With a leap, Master Hurong transformed into a vibrant blue barrel jay and took to the air, soaring out of the mountains and into the clouds. Next came the other elders and villagers. After turning into birds, they emptied the broken cave in a chorus of squawks, leaving behind only Yi and Doran. Knowing he could not communicate with Doran, Yi nodded respectfully and prepared to take his leave. He was shocked when Doran called out to him in a language he could understand, his voice cold and deep, asking Yi if he walked the path of Wuju. Yi froze, staring wordlessly at the weaponsmith. Doran then shared that he had met Yi, one of the Wuju practitioners, before. Doran's face was impassive. Yi hadn't realized how strange his eyes were. Crimson irises transfixed him, shining with an eerie light, devoid of any semblance of life. Doran continued, saying Yi takes great pains to wring out what little power he can from the spirit realm, only to put it in a weapon. How tawdry. Yet this poor mimicry is still enough to allow him to enter the domain of the strong. Mimicry? Yi had never heard anyone disparage Wuju style before. He asked, mimicry of whom? Doran ignored the question, instead pointing toward the gradually closing gap in the cave walls. He instructed Yi to go and follow them. Yi looked up at the sky. This is ridiculous. He can't fly. But Doran firmly told him that Yi can. Doran's voice had come from behind him. Yi whirled around to see the weaponsmith standing outside the cave entrance, fingers steepled. Then Doran added that Yi doesn't just know how to do it yet. The entrance and the gap in the cave walls slammed shut, sealing Yi inside. His only escape was an opening far above his head. It seemed this crimson-eyed Doran wished to compel Yi to fly out of the mountain like the others. Yi scoffed, then sat down on the stone floor, crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Fly out? That wouldn't be necessary. Visions were just like dreams, no matter how bizarre they got. One only had to wake up for it all to become but a passing fancy. Yi gasped as he opened his eyes, finding himself back on the stone slab near Mistfall, right opposite where Doran sat. The old weaponsmith didn't seem to notice Yi's sudden waking, so engrossed was he with his own thoughts. Yi pinched his earlobe. He did this whenever he returned from a vision, to make sure he was indeed back in reality. Yet the vision had been so vivid, so real, that even the pinch did not make him feel grounded. Yi called his master, and Doran turned to look at him. Yi gazed into Doran's dark brown eyes. He then asked how long he had been meditating. Doran told him that Yi pretty much just sat down. Yi rubbed his lips. He wouldn't share an experience he did not fully understand himself. He dropped the question inside his head and just asked his master if they could continue their journey. Just as Doran had warned, the path leading down into the sea of mist was perilous. A treacherous green moss grew on the stony stairs, each step requiring meticulous care. The task was made more difficult by carrying a heavy basket full of swords, but Yi offered no complaint. He wouldn't give Doran the satisfaction. it became clear that Doran was not the only one who knew of this secret location. As they approached the mists, Yi saw a relatively new wooden board to the side of the path, a warning of danger scrawled across it. The shoddy handwriting and misspellings hinted that it had been penned by an uneducated hunter. Yi couldn't tell if his senses were playing tricks on him, but as he passed the wooden board, it grew cold. It had been a hot summer day, yet frigid winds swirled around him now. On top of that, his vision started to blur as a strange, dense fog wrapped around him and Doran. He followed closely behind the elder, tightly gripping the hilt of his blade and scanning his surroundings, fearing that something might leap out of the fog. "This mist isn't normal," Yi muttered. "Spirits linger here." He told Master Doran that perhaps they should wait and return after they are gone. Doran shakes his head and says the spirits never leave. They have lived in that place longer than people have lived in Ionia. But he told Yi not to worry, because they won't be there for long. Master Doran gestured ahead of him and told Yi to help him find a sword. Yi frowned. Find a sword there? That was a ridiculous idea. Doran explained that they were looking for a Placidium flamberge, to be exact. It should be pretty obvious, since he left it as a marker the last time he came there. Yi looked around blankly. Everything was covered in a thick white blanket of mist. Never mind finding a Placidium flamberge. It was barely possible to spot something standing just 2 steps away. With no good place to start, Yi pretended to search the ground on either side. He had only taken a few more steps when his stomach lurched. He suddenly felt as though his body was becoming lighter and lighter. Even the weight of the bamboo basket had disappeared. Uneasy with the situation, Yi called Master Doran, but Doran neither slowed nor turned back, and instead picked up his pace. Alarmed, Yi tried to catch up, but the weaponsmith slipped farther away. It wasn't long before Doran vanished completely in the white mist. Yi watched as the same mist devoured him. It was so dense that he couldn't see his own legs. He was weightless and bodiless, floating up through the impossible fog. No, he wasn't simply floating. He was soaring. The mists becoming clouds and the chill air turning into wind. He must be in another vision. This time, however, the spirits hadn't given any warning before they whisked him away. Feeling disoriented, he tried to stretch his arms out for balance, but a pair of magnificent jade wings spread out from him instead. Panicking, Yi realized he'd become a bird. As he soared through the sky, a long coastline appeared. A salty sea breeze swept over him as cerulean ocean waves crashed against the shore. The land felt like home, and yet at the edge of the beach loomed a dark gray structure, an edifice that had no place in Ionia. Is that a monument of some kind? If it hadn't been for the precise construction, it could have been taken for a mountain. As he flew closer, he saw it was 3 monstrous towers, each one of incredible size, sharing a single base. Yi thought that this could not possibly be the craftsmanship of mortals. He had never seen anything like this. The towers were made of thousands of large stones, polished and carved into perfect blocks, each the height of a grown swordsman. A flock of vibrantly colored birds burst from the clouds and glided toward the fortress. Unsure if it was by his own volition, Yi winged over to join them, flying with great speed. He followed the bright red bird dashing between the 3 towers. The bird left Yi behind as it dived for the base of the structure, tumbling as it landed. As it stood, it took the shape of a man, the crimson-eyed Master Doran. He beckoned as he peered up at Yi, still spiraling overhead. Yi landed on Doran's shoulder, then slightly tumbled to the ground. As he regained his feet, he discovered that his human legs had returned, along with the rest of his body. Doran told him that it appears Yi can fly. Invigorated, Yi was about to argue breathlessly, but Doran shook his head. No, he is but a form he'd taken. Yi said no more, and he blinked. Why would this spirit take the form of Doran of all people? Yi stretched his back, and his gaze fell on the massive towers. Yi now asked what the place is. The spirit, who looked like Doran, pointed at the snake-like coastline, where a squad of warriors armed with pikes and glaives patrolled the beach. Their weapons and armor looked foreign. He then answered that Yi calls it Barl. Outsiders call it the other shore, while they call it home. Yi asked who the outsiders were and who the rest of the people were that the spirit was referring to. Yi turned to look at the spirit, but he was already gone. Only a few red and white feathers remained. Absurd. Yi wanted to leave this vision as he had the last one, but before he could start meditating, a loud rhythmic noise came from far away, the loudest he had ever heard. It was the clanging of metal and the cries of men. His curiosity piqued. He followed the sound to its source. As Yi passed by the huge towers, it became even more apparent that their size defied reality. Each tower could house the entire Wuju village and more. But why would anyone build houses so large and ugly? It made no sense. Lost in his thoughts, Yi almost bumped into a burly passerby. He wore a shining metal helmet, yet his chest was bare, and he wielded a strange-looking halberd. Just like the villagers in Yi's previous vision, the people of this vision didn't pay him much mind. The foreign man paused briefly, then continued on his way. There were a few other warriors patrolling the area, radiating a resolute air of strength. They also let Yi pass. As Yi approached an earthen rampart, the noise became deafening. He could hear war drums pounding, punctuated by shouting. Yi swallowed as he climbed up the rampart and carefully craned his neck so he could see what lay beyond. Thousands of soldiers packed a large open square, easily outnumbering the people of Wuju. Their rows were as neat as their war banners, and they were equipped with all sorts of different gears. Some had spiked steel plate armor, some donned thick animal hides, and some wore only thin cloth robes. Though these soldiers were disparate in appearance, they were united in purpose, beating their chests in rhythm with the drums and their war cries. Shortly, a cold voice called behind him. "Tell me, disciple of Wuju, what do you see?" Yi gripped his sheath and spun around, only to see the crimson-eyed spirit standing at the bottom of the rampart. He climbed up level with Yi and placed his hands lightly upon the top of the earthwork. The spirit asked Yi to give him his first impressions. Yi retorted with questions of his own. Who are they? Why are you showing him this? But the spirit did not yield. He pressed for Yi's first word, the first one that came to mind. Yi gazed at the sea of warriors again. Then he finally answered, strength. The spirit questions where Yi sees strength. Yi scratched his head, trying to form an answer. Each warrior possesses the ferocity of the tiger, the strength of the great bears. They wield sharp blades and shining armor. Their call roars across these beaches. He had more words to say, but the spirit cut him. So that is what Yi sees. This is why he is there. The spirit's expression darkened as he nodded. He pointed behind the young swordsman. The direction of Yi's gaze is mistaken. The spirit tells Yi that the harder he trains, the further he will be from his goal. Yi turned to look behind him, but before he could see anything, the spirit shoved him, knocking him from the rampart so he tumbled to the ground, which was now impossibly far below. Even knowing he was in a vision, Yi couldn't help but cry out in shock. He squeezed his eyes shut as the ground rushed up toward him. When he reopened them, he was sitting down, thick mist swirling around him, the bamboo basket at his back. He suspected he was back in Mistfall, but he pinched his earlobes. He had to be sure that he had left the vision. Once he was satisfied, he looked to the sky. Yi groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. He questioned why the spirit couldn't just leave him alone, and what in the world was he talking about? As Yi wiped the sweat of his brow and heaved a few sighs of relief, Doran came hobbling out of the fog, hugging something in his arms. He looked up and down at Yi. Doran asked what had happened and why he was sitting down. The weaponsmith held an oddly shaped sword with an undulating, snake-like blade. This was probably the Placidium flamberge he had been looking for. Desperate for answers, Yi asked Master Doran if they had encountered anything strange when Master Hurong accompanied him there. Doran squinted his eyes. He asked what trouble Yi had gotten into. Unsure how to explain, Yi stood up and shook his head, slinging the bamboo basket over his shoulders. He is just worried that this place might not be safe. The mist has only grown thicker since they arrived. Doran told Yi not to worry as he stuck the flamberge into the ground. The mist will soon disperse, and they will be safe as long as they leave before it sets in again. Curious, Yi asked why, and Master Doran answered. Every 4 seasons, there is one sundown when the mists recede. This is that day, during this very sundown. Just then Yi noticed that the air was losing its chill. Within moments, the mist thinned out at astonishing speed. Yi was about to say something, but Doran put a finger on his lips, motioning for Yi to stay silent. Just as the sun touched the zenith of a faraway mountain, the entire valley was laid bare. Yi clasped his hands over his mouth and took a huge breath, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Why does the mist disperse? Doran rested his hands on the hilt of the flamberge. He theorized that maybe the spirits here are commemorating that one monstrous sunset countless summers ago. In all his 15 summers, the fiercest combat Yi had witnessed was when a hunter fought a wild boar. The former lost a finger, while the latter lost its head. As far as Yi knew, Ionia had always been a pure and peaceful land representing harmony. Yet what lay before him exuded a foul aura. It was completely at odds with the Ionia that Yi knew. Countless blades were stuck in the ground. Starting from just 10 paces away, the vast ocean of weapons spread to the foot of the distant mountains, washing over the valley. At the center were 10 large claymores. Actually, it would be wrong to call them large. They were gargantuan, with the tips of the swords buried underground. Ye couldn't determine their full scale. The hilts alone were the height of a grown swordsman, and just the visible portions of the blades were the height of 7 or 8, like the great pagoda of Wuju. Doran patted Yi on the shoulder and told him that it was the site of an ancient battle. The combatants left their weapons there. The spirits protected each and every one, helping them resist the corrosion of time. As the eons went by, this became a sacred land. Over time, those who vowed never again to participate in the violence and bloodshed of war started coming there to leave their blades as well. Yi looked around. He had never heard of a place like this. What he speaks of happened a long, long time ago. Some of these weapons might be older than their oldest ancestors. Nowadays, there is hardly anyone left who still remembers this tradition. And of those who do, most choose not to disturb the spirits. Yi now asked why Master Doran went there. Doran explained that it used to be rumored that Mistfall's spirits would bless weapons with power in combat. When he finally found his way there, he discovered the truth was just the opposite. The ancient battle ripped apart the balance in this place. That's why the spirits in the valley hate violence. While they do bless weapons, their blessings lose their effect the moment the blades are used for bloodshed. Most wordsmiths stopped coming after they realized this. Master Doran is the only one who has been able to win blessings that last. He then asked if Yi had figured out why. Yi nodded. It's because Master Doran only crafts swords for Wuju Bladesman, and they abstain from bloodshed and killing. Yi was right. That's exactly why Doran remained in Wuju. All his life he had wanted to create the best blades in the world, but not for battle, and only Wuju Bladesmen see weapons the same way. Doran gestured at the bamboo basket on Yi's back and instructed him that he could put that down now. Yi gladly removed the heavy load from his shoulders. They'll plant those there today to be blessed. That includes the blade he made for Yi. Then he'll retrieve the swords he left behind last time. The two walked deeper into the valley. As they got closer to the center of the battlefield, there were other kinds of weapons on the ground. While some resembled conventional blades, their dimensions were either too large or too small for Yi to wield, and the ones that he could wield had forms he'd never seen before. Yi marveled at who could have used them. Doran excitedly mentioned that they had finally reached the garden, pointing at a single-edged sword with a magnificent crossguard. The weapon was fit for a human swordsman and looked much newer than the others, as if it had been forged yesterday. Upon closer inspection, Yi noticed something even more interesting. A paper amulet was dangling from the hilt on a thin red string. In fact, quite a few swords on the ground had paper amulets as well. Amulets were usually used for prayers and blessing. This was the first time Yi had seen them attached to weapons. Doran carefully pulled the single-edged sword out of the soil and removed the amulet, delicately placing the paper on the ground. After scrutinizing the blade, he turned to another sword stuck in the ground and began this process once again, like a farmer harvesting his crops, like transplanting rice stalks, Yi mused. He rolled up his sleeves and grasped the hilt of a long sword with an amulet. But Doran shouted, telling Yi not to touch it. That was left behind by another swordsmith. It had been there for some time now. Yi must leave it in the ground. Yi released the weapon, but he accidentally unraveled the red string attaching the amulet to the hilt. He picked up the paper, reading the Ionian text written on it. A simple poem. Deafening thunder in spring, torrential rains in summer, easterly gales in autumn, flying snow in winter. Yi furrowed his brow, asking what just happened. The older man looked up as he opened the basket. That's a poem the swordsmith wrote. Doran asked what Yi thinks. He took a closer look. The writer's skill with calligraphy and poetry was definitely above average. Still, it read more like a toast than a poem. It's adequate, but Yi asked, what is the purpose of writing poems there? As he knelt down, Doran took a large sip of water, then reached into his satchel and pulled out a calligraphy brush coated in dried ink. He answered that they write poems to honor the spirits. Master Doran then dabbed it on his tongue. If the spirits in Wuju can understand poetry, why not the spirits here? Doran motioned to the 3 blank amulets on the ground before him. The swordsmiths who asked him to drop off their swords prepared their amulets in advance, so he just had to write the poems for his. Bewildered, Yi clarified that Master Doran is going to write poems. Does this mean he actually studied poetry? Yi walked over as Doran began to write. He also realized that Doran was just teasing him when he said he had no idea who Buxy was. The artisan gave him a sly grin. His calligraphy was unrestrained, with audacious strokes sweeping across the paper. A lengthy verse quickly took form. Yi bent down and read aloud. No wars today, just a sip of wine to wash down duck eggs. Tastes yummy. Yi couldn't contain his outrage. Yi questioned what Master Doran just wrote. Doran, on the other hand, stroked his beard with pride, asking if Yi liked it. Yi gesticulated wildly. He complained that is no poetry, there's no rhythm, no rhyme. The lines don't relate, and even the basic format of a poem is nowhere to be found. Doran grinned as he jabbed a finger at his chest. The most important part of a poem is the feeling, not the form. It's the theme of the heart. Rhythm and rhyme are only the flourishes decorating a poem. Yi stared blankly at him. His reasoning still didn't make sense of what he had just written. Doran gazed at the amulet. He explained that it was an experience of war. When Yi is an old man like Doran, who has witnessed bloodshed and killing, he'll understand why a sip of wine alongside a duck egg is worthy of poetry and praise. Yi raised an eyebrow, turning to the other weapons with amulets. Did these swordsmiths write questionable poetry as well? Yi approached another sword and read its amulet. Indefatigable horrors and demons, alongside inexhaustible evils and villains. This poem was attached to a ceremonial blade, not intended for combat. Based on the verse, Yi suspected it belonged to an adjudicator or a roaming swordsman. Doran, still immersed in his own writing, glanced at the young man. He recognized the weapon and said that it was made by Laka. She's famous at the Placidium. Her swords cost a fortune. Yi had never been to the Placidium of Navori, though he'd heard merchants call it a sanctuary. Perhaps it was slightly bigger than Wuju. He moved on to another ceremonial blade, this one used as a cane. A cooling fragrance of insect-repelling mint emanated from its teakwood handle. Blind faith ruins minds. Blind loyalty ruins lives. When the butcher's knife strikes the ground, all are wounded and the self is destroyed. Yi was only halfway through reading the verse when Doran interrupted. That would be Moria. He always uses the best materials for the stingiest of clients. Priests, monks, and the like. He only gets poorer with every weapon he crafts. Doran complains that Moria still owes him money. Doran gestured with his brush to a spot near Yi, telling him to look at a certain poem. That's a good one. Yi spun around to find the sword Doran had indicated. A great sword with a serrated edge, with a tiny blue amulet hanging from the hilt. The text on the amulet was in a foreign language. Yi couldn't read any of it, except for the signature at the end. Lear, scrawled in Ionian. Doran then mentioned that Lear was an absolute genius. He lives on the Southern Isles, and has even been to Zaun. Yi asked where Zaun was, and Doran responded, telling him not to ask about the place. After reading amulet after amulet, Yi let out a relieved sigh. It seemed that Doran was the only person in all of Mistfall who wrote such non-poetic poems. Yi turned to the older man. He shared his insight, telling Master Doran that the works of the others at least resemble poetry. He was the only one who was careless. Doran paused his brush, reiterating Yi's last word as a form of a question. Yi spoke with utmost seriousness. He expressed that feelings are important, but a poem is defined by its form. If he is going to write poetry, he should follow tradition. This is but basic courtesy and respect to the spirits. Doran smiled. Interesting. Master Hurong once said the same thing to Master Doran, and he wasn't even the Wuju leader back then. Yi puffed out his chest. He answered that it was because they were both Wuju swordsmen. It's their duty to protect the old ways. As such, it is his duty to tell Master Doran that what he is doing is wrong. Yi looked around him. Then he retracted his words. Master Doran's poetry isn't the real problem. The fact that they're there, that's the problem. Yi confronted Master Doran, telling him it is disturbing these spirits for his selfish hopes of crafting better swords. Doran nodded. Both Wuju swordsmen. Doran now asked how much Yi really understood of Wuju. Yi's frustration finally boiled over. He hid his clenched right fist behind his back and spoke with a voice that trembled with suppressed fury. Yi furiously said that he had indeed only been training for 4 seasons and barely understood the art of Wuju. But what does Doran know? He may be a respected weaponsmith, but he had never been through a single day of swordsmanship training. Yi asked Doran who he was to question his understanding. Doran was undaunted. Interesting. Doran returned the question. Why did he have to understand swordsmanship? It was Yi who was supposed to be training that day. Disbelieving his ears, Yi took half a step forward. He lashed out, complaining that it was Doran who had been making him climb mountains, rest, and search for swords. So when exactly is the training going to start? Doran was silent for a while before finally setting his brush on the ground. Doran then said that Yi's master told him that the most vital knowledge cannot be taught with words. It can only be learned through epiphany. It was at this very place, years ago, that he found the answers he had been seeking. The young man froze. The weaponsmith was referring to one of the 7 fundamental doctrines of Wuju. The stunted flower blooms best in rain. He waited for Doran to continue. Doran explained that he had no idea how these Wuju bladesmen trained. That's why he asked Yi how much he had understood thus far. Doran paused, then asked, perhaps Yi has learned nothing at all. Embarrassed, Yi looked away. He asked for apologies. He then asked if Master Hurong had told Master Doran How he reached his epiphany, Doran said that he didn't ask, but he left behind a poem at the time. Doran pointed behind Yi at an enormous greatsword that towered over the battlefield. Yi hesitantly made his way to the greatsword. Covered with notches and cracks, the giant blade was damaged beyond repair. However, given its incredible size, a sharp edge wasn't really needed. Not seeing any poem, Yi took a few steps to the side to get a better view. He then noticed that the blade was gleaming. The sword appeared to be made of some sort of glass. Curious, Yi stretched out his hand, lightly touching the brilliant shimmer of reflected light. Then he blinked. A thunderous rumble shook the valley as the gargantuan sword was drawn out of the ground. Yi took a step back, dumbfounded. 10 giants, each the size of a small mountain, stood before him. They were clad in golden armor and strange helmets, and where eyes should have been, 2 blazing orbs flared, flashing with a sinister glow. Their gigantic swords reflected the rays of the setting sun. In their regalia, holding stalwart stances, they looked like gods descended from the heavens. Farther away, among the foothills, another 50 giants were slowly making their way over. Holding massive weapons, they stopped and stood still, as if awaiting an order. Hearing a commotion behind him, Yi turned around, only to be greeted by a sea of faces. At first they looked familiar. They were villagers from Wuju, except they were hazier, less distinct, and they began to melt like a watercolor painting in the rain. But then their features became clearer, and Yi realized that these were people unlike any he had encountered before. They had feathers all over their backs, or only 3 fingers, or green skin. They were tall, with fit physiques. Colorful clothes, some with the appearance of lustrous scales draped across their lithe frames. He stood transfixed. Yi asked what they are. Yi had no idea when the spirit who looked like Doran had appeared beside him. But there he was, responding coldly with his crimson-eyed stare. The spirit said it was Yi who called them, the vastaya. Yi had never heard this long and cumbersome name before. He regarded the spirit, whose outfit made him resemble a crane standing on 2 feet. The spirit gestured to the vastaya. They were the victors of this battle. Yi's gaze fell on the army of giants. Yi asked, how could they possibly have won against these monsters? But the spirit did not answer. 10 elders, or what Yi assumed were elders, among these strange beings, emerged from the vastaya ranks. One made her way to the front, resting one palm over the other, and raising her arms above her head. She slammed her hands down on the ground, and the whole valley shook as a fissure tore toward the giants. A deep chasm now separated the 2 armies. At the same time, the other 9 elders invoked their magic. Some began to dance, as others sat cross-legged, and howling gales and a foreboding blanket of dark clouds descended on the battlefield. Thunder roared as lightning flashed across the sky. Standing at the edge of the fissure, another elder conjured a mass of vines, enormous tangles bursting from the earth, intertwining to form a wall the height of 6 swordsmen. Such power over the elements was unheard of except in myth. Yi knew he was in a vision, but he couldn't help but feel awed. The spirit asked what Yi sees now. Is this strength? Yi nodded. Yes, that is strength. The spirit argued that it was strength, yet they were equipped with neither sturdy armor nor powerful weapons, nor were they shouting with the fervor of a bloodthirsty army. The spirit questioned again where ye see strength again. Ye answers that they are conjuring winds and calling storms and parting the earth itself. If that's not strength, what is? The spirit pointed at the giants. The spirit brought up Yi's question about how one could win in a battle against these monsters. The question should be, how will these giants contend with the divine powers that created this very land? The behemoths were undaunted by the Vastayashire's mastery of magic. They threw back their heads and howled with glee, the 10 lead giants raising their massive swords and charging. With their sheer size, they seemed like a mountain range crashing toward the Vastayashire. Yet the Vastayashire did not flinch. The elders advanced as the ranks behind them followed. Some of them bent low and sprang forward, transforming into Volkodogs, scaled snappers, and wolves, the beasts dashing past Yi. Others took to the skies, shifting into avian forms as they soared through the air like arrows. In a flash, the Vastayashire became a stampede hunting down their prey. The giants were surprisingly nimble. They leaped over the fissure, easily clearing the wall of vines behind it, and dived straight into the pack of beasts. Each swing of their swords was an unstoppable force. The vanguard of avian warriors fell in waves. Undeterred, their brethren beat their wings, casting enchanted blades of wind at their enemies, gouging shallow lines of red in the gaps between their armor. These strikes would normally cleave a person in two, yet they barely slowed the giants. The Vastayashire's ground forces were just as fearless. Several scaled snappers charged the giants, using their bulk to knock them down, while Volkodogs tore into their foes with horns and razor-sharp teeth. Enormous trees ripped from the earth, sharpened like stakes, their branches cracking like whips. Thunder roiled, and massive bolts of lightning struck with divine fury, blasting craters in the ground. Yet even this apocalyptic scene did not deter the giants. As vines snared their teeth and beasts clambered over them, and some were even brought to their knees and slain, they still continued to fight and howl and press forward. They seemed emboldened, increasing their momentum, treading on countless corpses as they tore an opening in the ranks of the bestial army. The smell of blood wafted through the air, its tang seeming real. At that moment, one giant noticed Yi's presence, his fiery eyes glaring. The behemoth headed straight for him. Stunned, the young swordsman retreated a step, assuming a defensive stance. As the giant bore down on him, the spirit rested his hand on the sheath of Yi's sword. Wind and rain, thunder and lightning, avalanches, even the body itself, all are mere forms. If Yi can find their essence, all forms are but a stone's throw away. That also includes imbuing his blade with power. As the spirit spoke, the giant's footsteps slowed, as did the assault of the Vastayashire. Even the lightning became sluggish, as everything around Yi crawled to a standstill. Realization dawned on him. The spirit meant the Wuju style, and he nodded. Wuju style draws power from the spirit realm, That's also how the vastaya changed their shapes and manipulated the elements. The only difference is in the degree of power used. He had no idea who founded Wuju's style, but they must have been a remarkable mage. Surprised, Yi exclaimed that it was impossible. They were swordsmen, not mages. The spirit stated forms, it doesn't matter if they're known as mages, priests, or monks. Those are all merely adopted forms. The heart of Wuju is magic. The heart of the Wuju school is the people who wield this magic. Every martial stance, every poem, every meditation that Yi had studied, they all existed for the sake of this magic. Yi wanted to refute the spirit. Precision in form was an essential part of Wuju, when suddenly he realized this wasn't a debate. This spirit was obviously guiding him in the art of Wuju, the true history of it. This had to be the training his master had spoken of. Curious, Yi asked how he would use this magic. He had no issues with his swordsmanship and meditation, so why is he failing to draw power from the spirit realm? The spirit answered, "The issue lies precisely in Yi's bladesmanship and meditation." The spirit took the hilt of Yi's sword and drew the unedged blade, shifting through several stances with the grace of a master. Yi assumed he would demonstrate a few moves, but instead the spirit snapped the sword in two and tossed it to the ground. The sword is not the bearer of the magic. The wielder is. By focusing too much on his swordsmanship and meditation, Yi is directing all his attention to these useless forms. This is exactly why he lacks the instinct every Wuju swordsman should have. Yi told the truth that he doesn't understand. The spirit told him to forget the sword, forget the enemy, forget all of Yi's master's teachings. Even in the moment of contact with the spirit realm, forget that he is meditating. Stop wondering if his every move is right or wrong. Suddenly the battle roared back into chaos. The giant picked up speed as he resumed striding toward Yi, raising his sword. And he had nothing but a wooden sheath to defend himself. The spirit took a step back and told Yi it was his turn now. Ask yourself, how will you defeat an enemy whose strength so severely outmatches your own? Yi drew the sheath like a sword and readied his stance, taking shallow breaths. The giant's steps shook the ground. This is only a vision, Yi reminded himself. Yet he could barely stabilize his breathing. He felt the magic of the spirit realm surging around him like a mighty river. In the past, when he had tried to draw this power into his sword, it had eluded him. Yet the sword was just a form. So was the sheath. So is Yi. How will he defeat an enemy whose strength so severely outmatches his own? By becoming the river. The monster swung his sword in a mighty blow. Almost entirely by instinct, Yi raised his sheath to block the attack. As the sheath clashed with the sword, the force of the impact reverberated through his entire body. Yet he remained standing. Not only had he withstood the blow, but his flimsy wooden sheath had somehow cut a notch in the giant's massive weapon. Encouraged, Yi switched his stance and swung the sheath diagonally at the sword, tearing a gash into it. The giant hesitated, then pulled his weapon back to examine it. Upon seeing the damage to the blade, he bellowed in rage and astonishment. The fiery orbs of his eyes dimmed underneath his helm. Yi also couldn't believe what was happening. He gently ran his index finger along the side of the sheath. There wasn't a single crack or splinter, but it sliced open his fingertip as though possessing a sharp edge. The spirit asked Yi if he felt it. Then the spirit stepped forward and grasped Yi's hand, holding up his bloody finger. The power is at his command. Yi nodded. The spirit told Yi to remember this feeling and direct it from beneath your feet to your target. It gestured to the giant, then instructed Yi to attack with his heart and his body, not his blade. Though the spirit still spoke in the language of forms, Yi now understood. The spirit stepped back, just as the giant once again attacked. This time he knelt, sweeping his sword near the ground like a sickle harvesting crops. Now Yi was completely focused. He held his breath, got down on one knee, and raised his arms over his head, shielding his upper body with the sheath. He had never understood the purpose of this stance during his training, but a curtain had lifted, giving him clarity. Just as the giant's sword was about to make contact, Yi leaped to his feet, his weapon before him. He dashed with the force of a tsunami, throwing himself against the giant's attack, sheath slicing toward the sword. By the time Yi closed his stance and stowed his weapon, the severed half of the giant's blade had plummeted to the earth like a kite with a broken string. Thrown by his momentum, the giant crashed to the ground. Just as he started to stand, a bolt of lightning struck him in the back, and dozens of vastaya ray swarmed over him. The behemoth's eyes showed fury and fear. Yi stared at his hands, shaking his head in wonder. He feels like he can cut through a mountain, and the spirit nods. No armor can withstand attacks by Master Wuju's swordsman. As long as one draws enough power, one can indeed sunder a mountain, a forest, or even the entire world. Yi was so excited that he clenched his fist and almost started to dance. Seeing this, the spirit quickly cleared his throat. The spirit reminded Yi to remember, this is all a vision. Yi frowned and said yes. What an odd thing for a spirit to say. A grin appeared on the spirit's face. There's a limit to the amount of power humans can draw from the spirit realm. Thus, if Yi really meets an opponent like this, he suggests that he run. Yi will probably fail to slice off even a toenail. Yi rubbed the back of his head and answered that he understood. After all, Barl was a peaceful place. He'd have no need to sunder such foes. The spirit had seen many Wuju disciples, but Yi stood out. He advised Yi not to waste his life pursuing useless endeavors. The spirit gently rested his hands on Yi's shoulders, assessing him. He'll teach Yi something else if he likes. Yi's eyes brightened. However, that was the end of it. Yi was suddenly back in Mistfall, staring at the giant blade planted in the ground. He was drenched in water from Doran's water skin, which he had just thrown at his face. Doran smiled as he handed Yi the skin. He explained that he shook Yi a couple of times to no avail, so he had to resort to this. Now he offered Yi a drink to feel better. Yi looked up at the sky, letting out a huge sigh. For the first time, he complained without any restraints or manners. He scolded Master Doran, telling him he couldn't just wait a moment longer. Doran was surprised. He asked if Doran was about to slay the giant. He shared that he was about to learn. Then Yi froze. He realized that Master Doran had seen the vision as well, the battle with the giants. Master Doran said that he had heard Yi's master speak of it. It seems that the Wuju Bladesmen are the only ones who encounter such visions in this place. Doran leaned forward and said he noticed Yi seemed excited. He supposed Yi had discovered something. Yi lowered his gaze to his sheath and drew his unedged sword. He then stood before the massive blade, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath with the devotion of a priest at prayer. After a few moments, he raised his sword and swung it, magic coursing through the weapon. So great was his strength that he cleaved through the giant's sword. Only a shard remained on the earth. Doran drew a sharp breath, surprised by Yi's movement. Yi then asked Doran how that was, carrying an almost smug grin across his face. Doran, raising an eyebrow, asked who Yi had been talking to. Yi was about to tell him that it was a spirit in his likeness, but inspiration suddenly struck. He suddenly asked Master Doran if he could borrow his brush. Doran turned to fetch the ink-soaked brush and handed it over to Yi. Doran asked if Yi is going to write a poem about his feelings like Master Hurong did. Yi weighed the brush in his hands before returning to the remnant of the giant's sword on the ground. Before he began, he ran his palm over it, catching sight of what seemed to be traces of ink. The wind and rain would erase all hints of any calligraphy one were to write here. But that didn't matter. Whatever he wrote wasn't meant for the eyes of other visitors. Yi said that the poem his master wrote wasn't about his feelings. He penned his first word. It was about his gratitude. By the time Yi had finished writing, Doran had packed up the swords in the bamboo basket and was about to lift it onto his shoulders. Yi rushed over to take the burden himself, but Doran stopped him. This time, Doran will carry it. After all, Yi's training today is completed. Yi nodded. He looked at the blades Doran was leaving behind to be blessed. Yi asked his new master which one was his blade. But Master Doran told him it was none of them. The blade he crafted for Yi will go to a junior disciple instead. Yi couldn't believe it. He asked which junior. Doran snorted, turned, and walked away, leaving Yi behind. Yi ran after him, begging for an explanation from his master. The old weaponsmith sighed in bemusement, muttering words only he could hear. "It's no longer worthy of you, kid," Master Doran told Yi. Carrying his talent and discipline over to his training, Yi surpassed every expectation. He proved to be the protege of his generation. Soon the whole village knew of the young Master Yi, a well-deserved title for a disciplined, growing man like him. Still, the humble student wondered about the rest of Ionia. He believed that a true master is always a student, and learning comes along with it. From atop of the tallest pagodas, he spotted faraway towns no one else ever mentioned. But when he sought to journey down the mountain with blade in hand, his mentors forbade him. Wuju was founded by those who believed their swordsmanship to be too precise to share, too sacred to draw blood. So for centuries, it flourished in isolation, with no outsiders knowing its true nature, and only they wielded the sacred art of Wuju swordsmanship. Yi respected the elders' wishes, but all this changed the day Yi saw vast plumes of smoke rising above the distant towns. As the war against Noxus happened in Ionia, the invasion of their sacred land was inevitable, and Yi saw it with his own eyes. Noxian warbands had invaded from the coast. Conquering settlement after settlement, in waves that washed the provinces red. Choosing the people of Ionia over Wuju's hallowed tradition, Yi ventured down to help defend the First Lands. To astonished eyes, he swept across the front lines in a blur, routing the enemy with blinding swordplay never before seen by outsiders. His speed and precision were unmatched, a sword style that had never been seen by many. Word of the one-man army spread far and wide, like mist in the mountains. Inspired by his courage, even his fellow disciples joined the fight, and together they journeyed to Navori, where the Greater War was raging. Yi believed that there wouldn't be any swordsmanship preserved if their lands were destroyed. They must fend off these foreign invaders, even if it means that their art would be shared with the world. Yi and his fellow disciples easily dispatched the Noxian soldiers, but they didn't consider how diabolical and tactical the Empire was. On the other hand, the Noxian commanders saw in Wuju a threat that could not be ignored. They scouted the origin of these peerless warriors and elected to strike at their home without mercy. In a single night, the entire village was destroyed, its people and culture obliterated by chemical fire that no steel could hold back. No sword fight happened, only a barrage of ambush attacks on the home of Wuju. After the war finally ended, Ionia was triumphant in defending its land against the vicious empire. However, Yi returned as the only surviving disciple, finding nothing but ruins. The very magic of the land had been defiled, and everyone he had known and loved was no more. Slain in spirit, if not in body, Yi became the attack's final casualty. Yi realized that his leaving the village led to Noxus discovering how dangerous their art was, thus the result of the massacre. With no other practitioners of Wuju left alive, he realized the title of Master was his to bear alone. Grief-stricken, he chose seclusion, training obsessively to bury the guilt of his survival. But the wisdom of bygone masters seemed to fade with the haze of time. He began to doubt if one man could preserve an entire heritage, until he encountered the least expected of individuals. A curious, monkey-like vastaya challenged him to a duel. Reluctantly, Master Yi entertained the creature's demands, defeating him with ease. But the vastaya refused to give up, returning day after day with increasingly clever tricks that forced Yi to react and improvise. For the first time in years, Yi felt the spirit of Wuju once more. The blade was alive again. The two clashed for weeks, until the bruised stranger finally knelt on the ground and introduced himself as Kong of the Shimon tribe. He begged to learn from Yi, who saw in this reckless but determined fighter the makings of a new disciple. Through teaching, Yi found his purpose restored. He would pass on the ways of Wuju, and gifted his pupil an enchanted staff and an honorific as a sign of this vow. From that day onward, Kong was known as Wukong. Together, they now travel the First Lands, as Yi seeks to honor the legacy of his lost home, allowing him to further embody the Master in his name. Wuju will only be preserved if more deserving disciples learn it, and Master Yi aims to restore his fallen heritage. Wilted leaves fall from shivering branches as a gust of wind blows across the mountain slopes. Yi levitates a few inches above the ground, his eyes closed and hands folded, listening to the morning songs of barrel jays. The cool breeze touches his bare face and tickles his brow. Releasing a quiet sigh, he descends until his boots touch the dirt. He opens his eyes and smiles. Clear skies are a rare, friendly sight. Yi dusts off his robe, noticing some loose, fallen hairs. Most are black, with a couple white, like wild silk. How long has it been, he wonders. Swinging a twill bag over his shoulder, he continues his hike, leaving behind trees that once swayed with life, but now stand still. Yi glances down the mountain to see how far he has come. The lands below are soft, fragile, treasures to be protected. He looks forward and resumes climbing. On the path ahead, lilies wither, their coral petals turning a sickly brown. "Didn't expect to see anyone up here," a woman's voice calls out. Yi pauses to listen, his hand clutching the ringed sword by his waist. The voice grows closer as it continues to speak. "Are you also looking for your herd? Stupid beasts, they always get caught in this area," the voice said. Shortly, Yi sees an aging farmer approach and loosens his grip. She wears a simple kirtle, sewn over with assorted scraps of cloth. Yi bows as she draws near. The woman then told Yi to save his etiquette for the monks. She then mentioned that Yi doesn't look like he works for the land for a living, because those blades surely aren't for cutting weeds. The curious farmer asked what brought Yi there. Yi answered that it was a good day for a hike, his voice feigning innocence. With a chuckle, the woman then asked if Yi was there to train, since Noxus was coming back so soon. Yi answered with a metaphor. Where the sun sets once, it will again. The farmer snorts, recognizing the old proverb. It is known by most in the southern provinces. The farmer then requested Yi to let her know when they return. That'll be the day she sails off this island. But until then, the farmer asked Yi to put those swords to good use and help a frail old lady. She beckons Yi to follow. He obliges. They stop next to a wooded area. A baby taking whimpers in agony, its hind legs bound by thick, swollen vines that tighten as the creature struggles. The farmer explained that there is Lesa. He's young and dumb, but he's more used to her in the field than stuck on this cursed mountain. Yi asked if the farmer thinks it's cursed, kneeling by the beast. He runs a palm over its woolly back, feeling its muscles twitch and spasm. The farmer crossed her arms and answered, "Something unspiritual happened here," nodding her head towards the summit. And without natural magic, the land demands sustenance, even taking life if it has to. For at her choice, whatever's up there ought to be burned. Yi fixates on the vines. He did not expect to see them this far down the mountain. Yi murmurs, saying he'll see what he can do. He draws 2 blades from his brass sheaths on his boots and carefully moves forward. As he edges the steel close to the constriction, the vines seem to cower. The moment lingers. Beads of sweat prickled Yi's bare face. He closes his eyes. Yi whispers the words, "Imai," in the tongue of his ancestors. Shortly, the taken leaps free, letting out a gleeful, high-pitched bleat. On the ground, the cut vines dangle like loose skin. The beast springs downhill, reveling in its freedom as the farmer gives chase. She snatches it up in both hands and hugs the taken close to her chest. The farmer expressed her gratitude towards Yi, not realizing Yi had already continued on his way. She calls after him, asking what he is training for. The war is over. There was no point in sharpening the blade. However, Yi does not look back. The residents of Ionia may believe it's true, but not for Yi. After another hour, Yi reaches the barrens. The carcass of a village lies all around him, invaded by the very same vines. That is Wuju, his home. Yi heads for the burial grounds, stepping past toppled beams and stonework, remnants of houses, schools, shrines. The shattered pieces all blend together. The ruins of his parents' workshop are lost somewhere amongst the rubble. There is too much to grieve for, and not enough time. It was the result of the war, a byproduct of his actions, and Yi never forgets that. The graves he visits are arranged in perfect symmetry, with gaps between the mounds for someone to pass through. Someone like Yi. As the last practitioner of Wuju, Master Yi honors their memory, every single one of the fallen villagers. He places a hand on every hilt of every sword piercing the earth. These are his memorials to warriors, teachers, and students. He does not skip a single one. May their names be remembered. Rest. Find peace in the land. His voice soon grows tired. As the sky becomes painted in shades of orange, 3 graves remain untouched. The closest is marked by a hammer, its head rusted from the mountain air. Yi pulls a peach out of his bag, setting it beside the mound. Yi talks to the grave of Master Doran. He tells him that the offering is from Wukong, Master Yi's disciple. Wukong couldn't make the journey with him, but he wanted Yi to bring Master Doran his favorite fruit. Wukong loves his staff almost as much as he loves making fun of the helmet Doran gave Yi. Yi moves toward the final 2 mounds, guarded by golden sheaths. The weather is forgiving today, fair and Ime. Yi hopes they are enjoying the warmth. Yi grasps his 2 short swords and slides them into the sheaths, adorning his parents' graves. The fit is perfect. He falls to his knees and bows his head. He prayed that the wisdom of his parents would continue to guide him. Standing, he reaches into his bag to retrieve his helmet. The afternoon sun catches on its 7 lenses, each reflection in a different hue. Holding the helmet close to his heart, he imagines the garden of lilies that once existed here. That was before the screams, before acid and poison twisted the land's magic against itself. He dons the helmet, and a kaleidoscope of his surroundings fills his view. Hands folded together, he closes his eyes and empties his mind. He thinks about nothing. Nothing at all. His feet lift off the earth, but he is unaware. Opening his eyes, he sees everything. Death and decay, with little hints of life. He sees spirits that dwell in the realm beyond his own. The vines there trap them as easily as the poor taken, weakening their essence. He knows any spirit strong enough to break free would have abandoned this accursed place. What remains is corrupted, or soon to be. Pained, mournful cries haunt the air. Yi used to cry out in pain himself, but that was long ago, back when he thought tears might bring back the dead. He blinks, and the physical world returns. For a moment he pretends not to bear its weight upon his shoulders. Then he blinks again. The spirits continue to cry out. Yi draws his ringed blade. He dashes in a blur, sweeping across the grounds like a change in season. One realizes only after it has passed. In a flash, he is back where he started, perfectly still, his sword resting in its scabbard. One by one, the vines crumple. Some spill from collapsed rooftops, others shrivel where they lie. He sits cross-legged to take it all in. Now the spirits sing with joy, and he knows there is no greater sign of gratitude. As they melt away, the land echoes their bliss. Each blossom sprout where the overgrowth had held firm. Stalks of limp bamboo straighten like students ordered to attention. A fleeting smile softens Yi's face. He removes his helmet and digs into his bag, shuffling past the other items he brought for the journey. Fruits, nuts, char, flint. Things for himself and things to cleanse the land for good. Not now. Not yet. Master Yi retrieves a thin reed pen and a crinkled scroll. The page is covered in marks. 60, 54, 41. And Yi adds a few strokes by that day. Below them are more words. 30 days between clearings. He knows, soon enough, he will need to grant the farmer her wish and send his home off in flames. But not now. Not yet. Master Yi appeared to be the source of wisdom for some, but even he admits that he just learns them along the way. At first he was too strict, too naive with the way of Wuju. His patience was small, and he was too focused on a single aspect, making him miss the entire picture of the art. But thanks to his patient masters, Yi learned how to be a true successor of Wuju. However, his actions led to him becoming the last Wuju practitioner in the land of Ionia. But Master Yi will never let their heritage die, as he scouts for more deserving students for the future of their swordsmanship. It was also fitting that his first student was a vastayan, the successor species of the vastaya. Do you think Master Yi could rebuild the sharpest swordsmanship that ever existed? Well, that would be a different story for another time.